Yo, what's up, everybody?
So, I did this last time, but I feel like we probably should. You would introduce yourself.
Okay. Well, I'm Bungle. Dolores is the one that's it. And I hope things are looking up for all you fine people out there. I'm a gamer, a muser, a writer, and I think we're going to have some fun today.
Yes, and we're here. It's Nano. Tell me in the chat how you guys are doing. And yeah, so we're here to write. Again, disclaimer, we don't have to share word counts. I know it's Nano and but we don't have to share word counts. It's okay. Never share word counts to us in the stream. If you are new, I don't press this. I don't even share my word count because I only count the general total. I don't do per thing. If you want to share it, because it helps you, it makes you feel good, whatever, you share it. So yes, how's everyone doing? How's everyone's down going to so far? Whether you're doing it or not, how are the words flowing? And what about you, Buckle? Can you answer this question?
Oh, words. Yeah, I'm kind of going through this more of like in parts on my story than focusing on words in that same kind of way. I did want to kind of ask, like, how has your, like, not so much progress, but how has like the feel of your story been going since we last talked about it?
Well, I I actually was like super stressed this weekend at work because it was insanity. But I came home last night and was like kind of frazzled out, and my husband was gonna work a double shift, so he wasn't gonna come home that night, and I was like, I need to relax-ish in a way, and I ended up writing for a couple hours. So I ended up starting another chapter is what I ended up doing.
I feel that one. Sometimes you get home, you're like, I need to do something.
Yeah, so it's been nice. I did the scene that I had been looking forward to, the oral intercourse scene.
Oh.
And actually, the one that I alluded to when we met the other day, where Lucifer and Bayhawk have the same things going on. So I wrote that scene, and I am now writing in Aleja's point of view, having her acknowledge what happened, and slight crisis, and talking with her friends through it.
Crisis.
Yeah. Trying to realize that emotions, feelings, things that you don't think about.
I like that. Yeah, I've spent the last couple days feeling like I'm at the point in my story where I'm just torturing my main character more and more and more, and I'm actually starting to feel a little bad about it. I'm like, maybe I should stop and actually have something go well. And then I go, nah.
Exactly. I still say in Project Elf, I'm still very proud of like the psychological torture abuse that I put her through.
Yeah.
No, it hurt so bad. I put that character through shit. Like really bad. I feel really bad in hindsight thinking about writing that. But yeah, but it was great. And I mean, I kind of cried when I was finishing the book for multiple reasons. So.
multiple reasons, but yeah, does that ever just make you just feel like the worst sadist, that you're just like, I just keep torturing this person, taking everything that's good away from them, filling their heart with nothing but sorrow, and yet I force them to still carry on?
With you saying it that way, maybe.
It's like sometimes I feel just tiny bit bad, but I swear, at least this week for me, there were just a couple of parts. Like I really did not. In fact, from the last time we were writing, I completely wrote my chapter one way, and then just a thought came into my head the next day, and I was like, oh my gosh, no, that would be awful. And then I was like, but now I've thought it. And I think I have to do it. And so I literally deleted like 2 pages of stuff in order to make it worse.
No, this is how you, the cheats. I've heard all the cheats. This is how you win NaNo. You don't delete it. You just highlight it.
I mean,
and then
I didn't delete it. I move it to another document, and I'm like the potential alternate part of this chapter. It was just like, at least where I was, it just, because of something that I had laid out in the previous chapter, I was just like, oh my God, if I move this person over to this area and do this here instead, then that means that when X happens, it won't just be this random explosion over there. It'll actually take out a lot of things my character cares about. Oh my gosh.
Yep. Yeah.
I was like, so for anyone here that is not aware, I'm writing kind of a time travel story where that does kind of involve an apocalypse. So this character is having to deal with like actual, like, you know, literal bombs going off and taking out. Yeah, now it's not just bombs going off affecting, you know, the country that my character lives in, but literally taking out the family members. And I was just like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
That's insane. Cool, but it's well, let's see. We had Hazelnut always first pop in. And then
Hi, Hazelnut.
Pop in like they always do, just in and out. Or lure. People give me like yes. Okay. We have 2 coffee timers.
Oh, nice.
Do you want A or B? Without any
B? My name starts with a B, so I'll go with B. That's literally the only thing I have to go by.
Okay. We got 15-minute timer. Like always, it's kind of, you know, brains into function.
All right, I'm ready. I can do this, I think, hopefully.
All right. And again, always as a disclaimer, I will have the music playing. I like to write music, and it's much easier as a host to have the music playing. If you need to see the stream, that's perfectly fine. Right. And button, please. Okay. 1, 2,
2,
3.
3. Oh.
Everyone remember, save your word.
Oh my.
Brain doing.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm in the like tough conversation point where, like, not that their friends are being horrible, but there's like, okay, this is the truth. Now talk me through it, and like realizations of like there's probably not some good things that happened during that oral intercourse thing, and there's question marks. Yeah, that's kind of conversation, honest truth conversation.
Ooh, tough conversations. Love it. The tension is rising.
Yes. What about you? What about you?
Oh dear. So my main character's mother was just institutionalized, so that's a thing.
In what definition of institution?
Basically, she went through a horrible amount of trauma and hasn't said a word to anybody, including her son, for about like 3 years, and so people in white coats just dragged her away.
I was like, okay, psych or short. That's why I was like, it's fine.
Yeah. I'm just like, I'm just not done making my main character miserable. It's terrible.
What I am finding with this story is that it's really easy to. I thought it would be kind of difficult for me mentally to have two. Actually, it's more than two, but like the main characters being non-binary and go by just identity. And it's actually like mentally not that difficult, especially because it's a first-person perspective.
Yeah.
But even then, like the friend, one of the best friends of Oida, this character, also goes by they and pronouns. So sometimes multiple of them, they're and I'm like, it's actually not that bad. I've only had a couple of times where I accidentally gender Lucian as he, and I'm like, wait, no, and I catch it very quickly. And that's only because that first chapter, they're not necessarily sure about their genders. So like the first chapter is a lot of masculine and gender.
Oh.
Not necessarily sure.
That's just what you have to deal with when you have characters that can literally jump gender at any moment. It's like, how do you pronoun that?
And I'm also using the misgendering on later now on purpose, so you can tell who is more on God's side versus humanity's side, because God doesn't care necessarily about the they them pronouns for his children or their children. Because even Oveja actually refers to God as parent, not father or mother, where Lucian, meaning that was just from the beginning, refers to God as being father, or Kevin.
And I guess what is like really nice about writing a story where you have like two main character perspectives is that at least then it's really, I mean, it's fatiguing in its own way, but at least whenever you get to the point that you're like, I really don't know what else to say about what's happening from this character's perspective, you can just be like, all right, well, that's where that ends. Switch over to other character and go from there.
Yeah, that's very true. I feel like I tend to do very much hand-offing. Like, I do a lot, because I'm doing it in this one, and I know I did it in Hunger's Desire too, where there's a lot of like, something happens, and then the person reacts in the next chapter to the thing happening. Even if time has passed, there's still like, a slight reaction, but it doesn't necessarily pull up the story. We're still moving forward, but there's a very like reaction-y thing that I tend to do. I'm noticing through this story specifically.
Oh, yeah. Like, especially when both characters aren't exactly privy to the same event, but they still both will a lot of the times deal with the consequences of it. Like, that's the interesting part. Even if one character might not even understand what the other character did that is causing the consequences to now build up the way that they have.
Yeah. And this story has so much more so far. Like, no communication. People are not talking to each other. And if we had a conversation, honest conversation, this would be helpful. And versus the other subwords, not necessarily. Or like, Hunger's Desire, miscommunication isn't necessarily the biggest problem.
My gosh, that's just the state of humanity in general. If people just actually talked about what they were doing and what they did, like 90% of conflicts that we deal with on a regular basis just wouldn't happen. But then how would that be interesting?
Let's see, Hazelnut, how common? 145 words, that's good for 15 minutes. Then had to figure out if I mentioned this one and see hair in the first chapter. Now I just needed him to have brown hair and dark. I did that. I literally did that this morning. I wrote a little bit and I was writing, I was finishing writing the oral, no, I was writing the beginning of Oveja, like reflecting on the oral intercourse scene, and I wanted them to describe like taste. And I was like, wait, did I do this in the middle of the scene? So I had to like go back to what I wrote and read and be like, did I mention it? No. Okay. And then I was like, wait, did Lucian mention earlier? Because Oveja had also done another oral scene when they first were together. So I literally went back to the first chapter and reread their first intercourse scene. Because I was like, I don't remember if anyone describes anybody like how they taste. So I was like, I need to figure that out before I make up a solid definition right now. And they're like thinking it over.
I mean, there's so many times that when you're in the middle of writing something, like I can even say in the story that I'm writing, I've had to already go back and retcon my first chapter at least 5 times. I'm only on chapter 2, and I've retconned chapter 1 in order to make things in chapter 2 make sense a little bit more. But I will say, like, the most embarrassing thing that I've ever done in a story, at least that I forgot something of my own character, that I had a character in a scene that was like literally looking into somebody's eyes and made the statement of, I had never seen such beautiful green eyes in my entire life, without remembering that in chapter 1, I had literally made them red-green colorblind.
Oh, that's a big thing.
I was like, oh, darn it.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, well, you should just do it later, but yeah, that's kind of, or at least write it down.
Yeah. So then I had to decide: do I change which level of colorblind that they've got, or do I make this other character's eyes a different color? Because like having unusual bright green eyes was supposed to be what made them more unusual, but I was like, oh, how do I do this now?
If that's the case, then I would just change. Like, if I was, so my thought process would probably be, okay, besides their eyes being very specifically green to make it seem weird, like, does the color play, depending on how far you plan, does the color that they see have an impact? And if not, okay, then I'm just going to change the different wavelength of color. But if it does, then I'm like, now I got to change the other thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it made a huge just roadblock to have to deal with.
Yeah. I need to change a few things in the last few chapters. Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one.
At least it's just a little bit.
Oh my gosh, yeah. There's always a few things for sure. I mean, I always end up like reading through my chapters and doing some of my own self-editing, and then figuring, I'm like, I don't like the detail in here. I need to either add a little bit of detail, or I have like a whole paragraph here that does nothing for the story that just needs to be removed. But yeah, I always end up with something later on that I'm like, oh my gosh, this would have been the perfect spot to like start hinting at something that's not going to happen until like chapter 7 or something like that.
That's a bigger door. If I start heavily editing, then it's always bad. Like if it's like I'm rereading the last couple lines or like a paragraph to remember where I'm at, maybe I fix a couple things, okay. But to like actually go over things, no, because then I always get into like a stuck spiral. Like, oh, this is actually bad.
Yeah, and then it's like it's so hard to actually write new chapters because you're constantly spiraling around the old chapters and trying to edit them and perfect them, and then you're like, I still have so much more to write, but I'm just focusing on so many little tiny things that aren't worth it.
The only time I go back and change big things, kind of like how both of you were saying, is in Hunger's Desire for Sebastian, I was doing research for going back and figuring out what Sebastian meant with the meaning, because I had picked names without picking meanings for the first time, which is why Hunger's Desire is such a weird story to begin with for me. But I realized I had spelled it in like a more Anglo spelling at first, and realized there was like a Latin version or a Spanish version, I can't remember exactly, I have to look it up, spelling that just changed the last, or changed a couple letters.
Yeah.
So I did that. There's also like an accent to figure out the letter, but it's so hard to write accents in a document. So I was like, I'm just not going to fit in. But because I had decided for them to be female, So I was like, oh, I'm gonna change the version. So I had to like control find all the times I wrote their name to change it to now the correct spelling for it to be either Latin or Spanish. Again, I don't remember the chord version is spelling of that versus the original one, which was more like Sebastian.
Oh, love Sebastian. Just the name is just so like, especially when you're like Sebastian or Sebastiano.
Yeah.
But I will absolutely say totally worth it. I have done that in plenty of stories where I have already been chapters in and then realized, like, because you do like what I do, where it's like the names, you like make a name that has a meaning, and that meaning is important to the personality of the character. And all of a sudden you're already like chapters in, but you have a character that maybe even started as like a minor character, but then as they've developed, they've started growing this way, and suddenly it's like that name doesn't fit them anymore. And then you're like, oh my gosh, I've got this other name that is just perfect for them, but now I have to go back and change every instance they've appeared in for this new name. But yeah. I still say worth it. Definitely worth it.
Yeah. Because I feel like if anything, if someone were to ever like, you know, analyze something that I wrote and they wanted to like find clues or whatever, like how people analyze like
that's it.
Potter and Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. It's like you look up the name of the whatever character and look up what does it mean, and it's like, oh, the meaning is rock, and then it's like, oh, actually this makes total sense for the character makeup and whatever, even if it's like, you know, way after I'm dead or something. I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I want you to do, so that you understand all the decisions in the story. Yeah,
that's it.
Which is why
there's just something. So one of the new things that I'm trying with this story, because I can admit I've been really bad at ever doing this before, is I literally created a separate note document to give myself a key to what all of my names mean.
Okay.
Because there's been plenty of times I've written stories in the past where I've now gotten chapters in, or like with me, I'll start writing a story and then leave it alone and not touch it for a year, and then come back and I will have absolutely no memory of why I gave a character that particular name. And suddenly
these notebooks are for. Like all world building for whatever specific story that involves.
Yeah. It's just I have plenty of characters that I know their name has a really significant meaning. I just don't remember it anymore.
Oh god. That and Campfire. I do have the like pretty version of what Campfire used to be, and it's really just a character. And I'll put stuff into there too. Project Last Week is the first project I've literally just had this random Google document that I just don't need everything into, and it's not very organized. But for whatever reason, it's working. So.
Yeah, that sounds like my brain too. Not organized, but somehow it works.
Usually I have some version of organized, like if you look at my notebooks or whatever, or like the Campfire stuff I have, there's definitely like some organization. This is not, and I'm somehow thriving in this extra empty chaos that I don't usually live in. I'm very much leaning into the pantser of my planter world. Like, I cannot say that I'm discovery writing this like anything else, because I really don't have a solid plan. I am just like going and like heading to like, actually, you know what? I don't even think I have another scene that I'm struggling or writing to. I think I wrote the other two scenes that I was. No, I do have one scene that I am excited about. I have that scene and then the end scene that I have very clearly in my head, and that's it. Because at this point, I would have like my skeleton outline where I like roughly know a minimum points that I need to hit for the story to make sense. No, I'm just going for it. Just not normally my other stuff has been.
Like I can say from my end, I love developing organizational systems. Like as a tech person, I make databases. I love programs. I love like anytime a new thing like Monday.com comes out, Reich, Asana, Trello. I'm like all about using all these things to organize and make notes and do all these things. I just don't like being the one to actually use them. I like setting them up, and then I want somebody else to be the one to actually keep tabs on it all.
You are the idea person.
That's it. I will come up with the ideas. Somebody else. I mean, that's a poor Blunder. That's why, like, even the other day when I was talking to you about like our schedule, and I literally had to send Blunder a text message. Do we have anything going on this day? And you're like, why don't you have a shared calendar? I'm like, because I am so bad at putting stuff in the calendar. I rely on Blunder to be the one to actually type it in and save it.
But if you had a shared calendar, he could do that. He could do it so that you don't have to. The majority of the calendar is done by me for everybody. Everyone's life revolves around mostly me putting something out there. All right, well, let's do a 20-minute break.
20 minutes. Sounds good. I'm going to spend the first 2 minutes of that refilling my drink, but then I will get right into it and see, how is this insane asylum going to go? Literally right when I say I'm going to get a drink, look what I summoned. Everybody says hi, Blunder. Blunder says hi.
Dressed so elegantly, like always.
All right, here we go.
All right, 20 minutes. Oh, also this timer is kind of weird for anyone who's watching it. It counts backwards. Obviously, it's set at 0 right now, so you're not seeing things. If you get distracted and look back at it, it's fine. All right. So 1, 2, 3, and go. Jen's came in, popped in, said hi. Feeling my
Oh, Des. Always so good to hear from Des.
Yeah, I was saying in the other Discord that we're in, she mentioned something about pizza, or someone mentioned something about pizza, but being that I've been almost completely into my pizza, I can actually read it in the Discord.
You know, I used to get like super bad migraines when I was like in college. And the weird thing, and of course this isn't for, you know, it doesn't at all mean that it's like this for everyone, but at least in my case, it turned out to really be a huge part of my diet that I had no idea at the time when I was in college that I had celiac disease. So it was like literally I was going out and having like pasta and cheeseburgers on buns and stuff like that. And then, you know, not just would it affect my stomach, but it also manifested in things like just horrible migraines that I would have like 3 migraines a week. And it's just a migraine day is just debilitating. It's like you can't even, like the light that filters in around curtains on the windows just feels like it's trying to murder you with a knife. I hated it so much.
Yeah, I now get like just general bad-ish headaches randomly, but I always get one really bad migraine now a year at this point, and it's started to like tie in with like my one really bad period for the year, being that I've been on birth control for a long time. My cycle is much more different than normal because I had a really bad period when it first started, so I almost can't make from it. So,
oh my gosh.
One really bad one, and it's somewhere either before or after my period, I'll have a migraine at some point.
I can't even imagine that one.
Yeah. But Jen came in, hello, hi. Thank you for subscribing.
Jen writes romance. Hello.
Well, how did you do?
So, oh my gosh, I'm still trying to get through the whole like I don't want to dwell for too long on this whole like, because obviously there's, you know, I have so much more stuff to get to, but I'm like, I feel like it is in a big deal when you know, for my character to be dealing with a parent that's basically being committed to an institution, especially a parent who's like basically unresponsive. So it's just, I think I'm almost through that part. It's just actually being really hard to write. I've like sat here a couple times going like, I feel like I need to address at least a couple of really important things, and that way I can be like, all right, let's move on from that.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to take a break from like those kind of things and like write something and then come back to it. Maybe.
I'm so bad at that though. Once I start writing, like I literally, if I don't have like what is, I mean, you saw the last time we were streaming this, I literally did like a bracket, insert deep question here and insert insightful answer here. And I stared at the screen for 15 minutes during a sprint going, no, I cannot move on from this until I have the question. I'm stuck here.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. He's only got 144 new words. Yay!
Ooh, yes!
One that I changed the previous chapter. I would have gotten more, but I learned 12. Yes. Also, the so I can start a timer of those things. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, but that's important. You got to make time for the BF when that happens.
Big emotion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm a chronological writer. I can't move or skip. I have to figure it out.
Thank you, Des. Yes, that is just like, and I will say, at least from my end, like I ended up, had I skipped that question, and I mean, I guess sure, it's possible that I would have been able to go back and make a few minor changes afterwards, but I do feel like actually coming up with that question and the answer to it provided most of the interaction for me that came for like the next several paragraphs. Like, and it wasn't even that it was directly a continuation of the question, but it was just sort of like it became the what do you call that? Just since I'm writing this whole thing with like the whole time travel and things going on, that having the answer. Exactly, that having the answer to that question then also influenced like what the other characters kind of like did and said for at least a short little while afterwards, that and it felt impactful. Like even if it wasn't like majorly story altering, it still had an impact on what the characters that were present were doing for the next few, at least in the next scene.
I am a chronological writer, but I have definitely been like, okay, I'm done with this, and I just
compartmentalize it away for just at least a little while and come back to it later.
Mm-hmm.
That is a great skill. I envy you so much.
I kind of had to, because a lot of my problem writing in like high school and early college with my dyslexia was like, I'll get stuck on something, and then I just never will become unstuck, and then it turns into a very nasty, like I can't spell, I can't do anything. So I've had to learn to be like, if I want to keep this going, I need to just keep moving on, because then it's just gonna be bad.
Oh, that does make sense. Yeah, it's not good. It's sort of like when people talk about insomnia. Like you don't want to just like lie in bed staring at the ceiling for hours and hours. It's like once you've tried to sleep for 15, 20 minutes and it's just not happening, you really should get up and go do something else. Because otherwise you just start associating bed with just this horrible place to be.
That is true. That's true. Oh my gosh, yes. But I have to start a new chapter.
Oh, really?
I finished the conversation, and I just decided that the whole chapter is going to be just that. The like reflection conversation. And I'm starting to wonder, still in Ovidia's point of view, so I'm not switching yet to Lucian. I just feel like it needs to be its own chapter, and then we need to have another chapter.
Oh, congratulations. That's always nice to be able to put that theme to a chapter, moving on to something else, especially in your case where like moving on to another chapter can even mean a perspective change and a whole new way to look at things.
Mm-hmm. So this one's not. I feel like because they're Oveda and Christina are going to have a conversation, and I feel like it needs to be in Oveda's perspective, not Christina's perspective.
So I have a quick question for you. What are your thoughts on ending chapters on cliffhangers?
I've totally done it.
I mean, but is it like a good thing? Should you do it? Should you do it often? Should you only do it every once in a while? Like,
so I would not do it often. I would say to do it when there's meaning behind it. So, and then I feel like there's also the cliffhanger of like a proper cliffhanger where something happens and nothing is resolved, and so you need to read to the next thing. or you like resolve something but you leave it very. Actually, I just wrote this where it's like I wrote Oveja's final thought is, I can do this. Like it sounds resolved, but then you read the next chapter and they're like, okay, maybe I can't do this. So it's like an unintentional type of cliffhanger where it's like you think it's okay, but it's actually not okay once you keep reading. If you're gonna do it like from chapter to chapter, but I definitely would not have proper cliffhangers constantly. And I can see where something like what you're writing, you could be not pro, you could be tempted to do that a lot. Oh, okay, Eclipse is it. She's done it. Oh, outline it. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. And then Des says, depends on your genre and story pacing, but I definitely aim at creating a moment that doesn't feel finished. Yeah. Many cliffhangers are so the reader feels like they need to keep continuing. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It was like, it's good, but like not constantly.
Yeah, and I guess it's true. Like it needs to be balanced. Like there's a reason why, and this is gonna sound really dumb now because I've literally watched the ending of it. But so when Blunder and I were playing Resident Evil 8 The Village, there's the part in the game where you really think that they just killed Ethan off. And Ethan is the character that you've been playing as the entire time. And suddenly you're just like thrown into a different character. Like you're almost at like the end of the game and you're now just like this, Chris, who's a character from previous Resident Evil games that you're now playing as for like this one chapter of it. And I just friggin' rage quit through it. I was like, no, I have been Ethan this entire game. You can't just do that to me. No, I'm done. Bring me Ethan back. If Ethan's gone, then I'm not playing this anymore.
I remember. Yeah, that's why it's important to just keep going.
It's too much of a cliffhanger. It's too much of a cliffhanger. You can't dangle somebody that much.
I feel like if you're worried about this because you're doing the like Groundhog Time thing, I think what would be important is to not set it up where there's like a intentional cliffhanger maybe at the end of every segment, because then you don't want the reader to make it into like like they're expecting it, because then that negates the whole point of a cliffhanger. Then they're just expecting, at the end of every life cycle there's something cliffhanger happens, so you like make it
something.
Yeah, that's where I can see where it's something like that.
Yeah, The Last of Us 2 is just nope. And then yeah, I hate it when you end up you just end up watching the gameplay footage and going, oh my gosh, really now it's not even worth it.
Thank you, Charlotte, for reading. I appreciate it.
Oh, welcome, Raid. Thank you. Hello. So yeah, right when we're in a rant about cliffhangers, I'm like, I hope that your guys' other stream didn't end on one yourself.
Yes, welcome, reader.
Like very, very cool. So
The only downside of StreamYard is that I don't get any like graphic keys things.
Oh. One day we'll come up with something about that. I've actually started experimenting with Owncast because I've got like the some server space set up. So who knows? Maybe someday we'll be able to come up with something nice to be able to integrate some more stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dolores, why don't you let people know like what are you working on right now with all the stuff here happening?
So we're doing sprints obviously because it's Nano. I'm working on my current Nano project, which is a erotic near future sci-fi fantasy science fantasy thing for my pen name, which I just recently announced. Oh my god, as I'm talking, I'm realizing that next week it comes out. But yeah, so a new story that is, the whole premise is what if a Jesus-esque character and a Lucifer, like fallen angel Lucifer character were to get together and decide that they don't want the rapture to happen and that they're in love. The bare bones of that. So that's what I'm working on. And it's rough on a separate pen. Yeah, it sounds interesting. And behind you, what is working on that revolves around cliffhangers possibly?
I mean, I just always write cliffhangers. Every chapter I write is just like the character is almost dead at the end and has to be resolved in the next chapter, and then something else happens. So I'm actually working right now on my first attempt because I'm a sci-fi fantasy writers where I like to hang out in my genres, and am working on my first time travel story. To a degree, it's time travel because there is an actual scientific time traveler, but that's not the character I'm focusing on. The character that I actually am following in the first person is constantly being reborn, in the sense that he's living through his entire life and keeps dying at the apocalypse, where the world ends in some sort of horrible fiery rain of explosions, and then gets to try again, but is also like there's an actual time traveler with a time machine also doing things, and sometimes they run into each other, but my character doesn't really know what's going on at all. It's more just like, hey, I kind of remember a little bit about what happened last time, but I did something and now it's different, and sometimes it's better and sometimes it's not better at all. Sometimes he saves people, and sometimes many more people die because of it. And so yeah, that's fun.
Sci-fi fantasy writers. Yeah, it's been a very interesting and great conversation. So,
and thank you, Strawberry.
Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, your concept is quite interesting, and especially as you're evolving as we're writing.
It's a lot to keep tabs on, and it's I'm surprised I'm not the one with more headaches just trying to keep tabs on where the characters are on the different things. And of course, like I was telling you just a little bit earlier, how I like literally deleted a whole good part of my chapter because I suddenly realized, hey, if I make this one change, they will literally be at a part that already happened in a previous life, and it will make things very, very bad for them. And now that I've thought it, I have to do it. So that's where I am.
Yeah. I have, not that it's time travel, but I have an idea that I had started that I stopped, and I was like, I don't think I'm ready to write it yet. That it's just sitting in the back of my mental shelf like just there because it's a science fiction high speed-ish story that I would hope would be 3 books about some siblings and things, but I feel like I'm not at the level that I could write something good. So I ended up stopping writing it, and I'm like, I'm gonna put this here and come back to it later.
Nothing wrong with that. I've done that with so many things. I have like a giant folder like this of like story concepts that I'm like, oh, that's one day.
Yeah. Well, I have a whole Word document of like story ideas. But Alicia got her word goal for today. Yay! And on that note,
congratulations.
Yeah.
Nowhere close yet.
Let us get in.
Time for more sprinting. All right, we can do this. We can do this.
Cute little dinosaurs this time.
I have faith.
Jumping off of the coffee.
Oh my gosh, it's like the Yoshi's Woolly World. I love it.
This is Martha, and she made these. They're all hers.
Oh my gosh.
This is my only warning.
I'm not gonna. No, I'm gonna be every time I look up now. I'm just gonna be like, oh.
All right, and 1, 2, 3, and go. So, did you thoroughly determine all the next segment? Oh no!
Oh dear, dear, dear. I reached the part that I was not looking forward to, but it had to happen. Oh, it had to happen. Oh yeah.
A physical toll. That was good.
Oh my gosh, no! This part actually took a toll on me. This was the part that the war is breaking out, and there's collateral damage and calamity starting, and I'm just like, I basically just wrote the part that my main character has lost his mother for the second time. It's like, oh.
I swear I couldn't imagine writing something like that over and over again. A, like the living through it with the character, and then B, also trying to make sure each point has a character. But I'm just I've done that once where I've written a scene where a parent dies, and I hated myself. It was such a heart-wrenching scene that I wrote. I couldn't imagine doing it over and over again.
Oh man, yeah, especially because this wasn't in the original cards for it to play out this way. Like I said, this was all because I was I really ended up with that sadistic streak that I was it could happen this way, and now I'm well, all right, here we go. It's happening, and now it's happened, and now I'm. Oh my gosh, that's. Wow.
Happen, and then you just have to hope that when people read it, they have the exact same reaction.
And you know what? Yes, I mean, I'm not sure. I hope they have the exact same reaction, because I was I mean, I guess sure, if it could be a little gut wrenching at times, but I'm also just no.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, how are things?
Let's see. Well, Alicia says they're bed. Got a little overuseful. Oh, that's great. Always the extra words. You can sleep now. Good night, everyone. And thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Hazelnut, though, got 342 words. Caleb just met his love interest for the second time. Poor girl is scared, so she has accepted a stick would work best against someone made of wax.
Oh, wow.
But what kind of stick? A metal stick might work good of somebody made of plants, but a wooden stick is also a plant.
I mean, as long as it's not it can just incorporate it back into itself, then I'm sure it'll be fine. You know,
but it's supposed to be a weapon, and then they lose the weapon.
Unless it's a peace offering.
See, I was already thinking of violence. My mind went straight to violence. I was here, I present to you the corpse of your family. I'm not sure that's really any better. Yes, Uncle and Letter are
Like I'm sorry. That was very bad of me. I apologize. I will leave the camera again.
Not bad. Then you got wait, am I doing this correctly? 22,030. Wait, no.
Wow.
Am I doing that correctly? Is my brain doing that correctly? Whatever, everyone can see it. Hundreds of discoveries of ghouls trailing them. Oh,
Ghouls trailing them. That's terrifying.
Into the protected custody of the YouTube is lucky I'll have to refresh just to see after at least it's over. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sometimes it's like, because I literally have it like, okay, so it's like on StreamYard on the left. Like, it's so weird because I've got like StreamYard on one side and then YouTube on the other side, but I can like watch myself over here in almost real time. It's like a second delay, but then I'm watching myself over here in like a 12-second delay, and it's really weird.
Yeah. Let's see. So Brandon stick made of wood. She was lost in the forest and is in a rough state. She doesn't recognize the killer, so she thinks it's going to offer. Okay, the stick is not a
I mean, it could be a threat. Be like, do you see this? This is what will happen to you if you keep this up.
Well, in this chapter of like the cute, I didn't intend for this to happen, but it just started coming where I'm just like unintentionally now making Oveja this like bumbling, nervous person when they're talking to secret him. They're gonna have a conversation about not everything, because it's too early to have a conversation about everything. It would defeat the purpose to do everything right now.
But at least communication is actually happening.
Did you
Sorry. No, not my drink. I just I was like, I was basically standing on a weight that I had over here, and I just knocked it over. Like, ow.
Don't touch anything, including yourself.
No, it's fine. See, this is I just knocked that onto my foot. Not a problem. This is totally cool.
Yeah, I love the dichotomy of like they're attempting to speak one way, definitely failing, and then mentally they just continue to be like, "What the fuck am I doing? What is happening?" Like, you got the faces here. Oh no.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Word
Hey.
the print.
Hey. Yeah, so I mean, we were just literally talking a little while ago about how like 90% of the issues that, humanity faces in general would be resolved if people actually talked to one another. So you've reached the point in your story where the talking is happening, And so this means that we're probably getting to a place where at least a few things are going to start resolving, unless, of course, we come to find out that by talking about certain issues, we bring up that there are other issues that certain parties didn't even know existed, at which point everything becomes even more complicated because they're like, I was fine with you not telling me about this, but you didn't tell me about this? What the?
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely, this whole conversation is just so that I can start, like, the relationship part, so, like, the romance part of the erotic romance. Because obviously the process will be there. They've already been having it, or so, like, things are already happening. So I want to start the romance part, and then maybe can't stop everything because then there would be no point in having a fun. So let's talk about the actual like rapture stuff. But right now, nobody cares about it because nobody wants to listen to God. So we're just gonna focus.
No one.
On the romance part, and then later they'll be forced to deal with the rapture part.
Like everyone's got their own idea of what the message is anyway. So why should I have to listen to the real message when I know what the message should actually be?
I'm also so glad. I almost did the whole how there's a few romance authors that are taking like the gods and like humanizing them so that they're like human creatures, and I just act like normal cottage beings.
I mean, that makes sense. Does that mean everything it really does? Like, it's really hard to talk about anything from a non-human perspective and really get the point across. That's like, anytime you have stories like Interstellar or other things that are like trying to portray what something of an extra dimensional nature would be like, and it's like, unless you can really depict it from a human perspective, and like in the case of like, Clash of the Titans, gods, all these things like that, it's like it has to have some kind of a relation to people. Otherwise, it's just a concept, not a character.
But no, in the sense of like, there's a lot of romance authors that are writing specifically Greek, because of course it's Greek.
Oh yeah.
But they're making them like humans, so they're just kind of like the personification of like heroes or hate, or that, like they're the idea behind it. They're not actually a god.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to toss between those two. That's why if anybody was on my Instagram like a couple weeks before NaNo, and I posted the question of, is it in the sense of if two siblings that are like 10 years apart, never lived in the same house but have the same parent, is it that? And I had a little poll asking people their opinions, because I wasn't sure if I wanted to make them human or if I wanted to make them supernatural fully. But I did put the caveat of them being paranormal, which is what I ended up going with. They are like supernatural. See it as the supernatural. So obviously, and there's like.
I mean, in our line of work, if there's ever the question of, do I make them human or do I make them supernatural? Go with supernatural. It's just more fun.
I always think that I want to write something that's closer to contemporary, and then I end up changing my mind. I don't know why I always like struggle with that thought process. Like, maybe I should like write a little bit closer to contemporary, and then I'm like, no. Even though I'll read them, I love reading like contemporary romance and stuff. I just can't write it. I get bored.
Okay, so to give a little bit of credence to that, like one of the things I will say, like so one of the, and I will say this is turned into one of my favorite manga / anime series that I've watched in the last several years, is Boku no Hero Academia, and one of the things that I really liked about it was like it really, you know, it had like the whole journey of the hero trope thing going on. But in the very beginning, I was actually very much turned off by the idea that the main character, Izuku, just sort of inherited, you know, great cosmic powers. That, you know, he'd gone through his entire life as a plain, normal, ordinary human. And in the world that he lived in, being an ordinary human is what made him different, because he lived in a world of superpowered beings. There were very, very few normal people with no powers, and he was one of them, but he dreamed of being a superhero. And then one day was just sort of bestowed upon him. I was like, and to me, that kind of like blew a huge opportunity of turning the trope on its head and making it that the person without the superpowers could rise to become the greater superhero than the people with actual powers. It's like, I feel like that could have been a super interesting story.
Yeah, that sounds fun. But actually, just contemporary. I think I get too much into my head trying to figure out real life things, and that's why I always end up not throwing it away, but I always find a way to transform it into something else.
Oh, Labyrinth, I feel ya. I'm like just struggling to get this show on the road. Where are we today? It's already the 13th. I feel like, yeah, I should be at like 20,000 words, but I'm like, yeah, basically at like 14. That's why we said we're like, it's like, I feel like getting certain, you know, story ideas out is more important than word count at this point, right?
Yeah, whatever. As long as you have words, that's what's important. More, even one word is better than what you had a minute before you down. But if you want to know exactly what we're supposed to have, because I do have the answer.
No, I don't.
Because I'm also not at that part yet. Okay, I won't tell you. But Colgate is good.
Have you ever seen, there's a group out there called The Gamers, and they have a movie on YouTube called Darkness Rising. And one of the main characters in this movie is like trying to write his story module of stuff. And so he sits down, he has a title for his story. And he sits there and he's like, on page 1, he just writes, dick. And stares at it, deletes it, and then goes, dick, ... And then it's like literally like every day of this movie ends with him sitting there staring at the screen and just rewriting so with a one word in like a bunch of different ways.
Wow, that's I mean, yeah. I don't know. It sounds weird, but also funny at the same time.
It's very weird. I will absolutely give it that. It's worth a watch, but it is very weird.
I mean, sometimes you might see to roll around with the writing wheel. That's probably what just had happened. You had to have the chaos in order to find something brilliant.
Ooh. Just That's a good point that I just wanted to, I saw here that, because I think this is in reference to when I was talking about Deku and My Hero Academia, that it's not really possible to do, because what can an average human do that a superpowered being can't do 10 times over? But you see, that's the challenge of the story, figuring out what a normal human can do that superpowered beings can't is what would make something interesting and unique, and something that is like to make a story that hasn't been done 10 times over, because I can't think of a single story where there is a average person who is more important than a world full of superheroes before. It just sounds like something that would be, like, I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head, but I feel like if it was something that would be explored, it would be something could come out of that would at least be really interesting.
There has to be. But Hazelnut says, please tell me that they write pictures.
I mean, at some point they take a break from writing whatever that word is, to playing a game of pirates versus ninjas, where apparently it's a real game and the objective is that you're a ninja and you have to deliver pizza with a bunch of pirates trying to stop you.
And Labyrinth, technically this is the second full week, but you could count it as the third week, being the month started on a Wednesday. So it depends on how you count. But it's the second full.
I like to think that week 3 doesn't actually start until Thursday. We'll go with that.
I also wasn't sure, so I opened the calendar. I was like, wait, where are we at? All I know is that stuff posts next week. That's all I know, and that it's Thanksgiving. And I'm terrified. I'm excited and terrified at the exact same time. That's what I should say. I don't know if I feel like I'm ready to.
It's like I just caught up on Blue Moon Kraken real quick. We were still talking about the My Hero Academia, who says that that Deku's the exception because it's the cosmic power, but it hurts him. Absolutely. I'm not going to give any spoilers to the show, and I definitely think that they found a way that is absolutely still interesting, and the way they went with it makes for a fascinating show and manga. I just mean that I think that doing it the other way too, that there was a fork that it could have gone that would have also have been very, very interesting. I mean, you have to do it the right way, because I can also say, like, Black Clover tried, like, if you've ever heard of the anime Black Clover, they tried to explore a sort of like, hey, we have a character who's like not powered in a world filled with superpowered people, but the way that he was not powered just made him the most powerful person ever, which was like, you don't really seem to understand the concept of not powered.
I have not seen any of those, but the only thing I can kind of think of something very that was like similar-ish is I read it wasn't on Webtoons, but it was like a web comic where this girl fell, like got isekai into another world where
Isekai!
where it's run by like people that can transform into animals, but only the men transform into animals.
There was a book series like that, right?
I don't know. Maybe. But the women don't. They just look like regular human women. But they do fall into like breeding cycles and stuff, because it was like I think it was, I don't know if it was technically like it was like way up there, like of course and stuff. but because she came from our world and she had like knowledge of like how to make, you know, bread and stuff. She seemed way more like smarter and brilliant, and she made all of her, the men around her, all of her mates, seem like these amazing, brilliant males, because she was letting them like take credit, because she was also trying not to bring too much attention to herself, even though her mates had a lot of attention. Of course, she was, you know, most beautiful, whatever, so she attracted like super powerful males also. But like she taught them how to make like flour so they can make bread and like rice. And there's like multiple times where they have conversations just like, oh, this is just like a random grain and it's not great and whatever. But she's like, oh wait, no, but we can do this, and like her mates make tools for her so that she can do certain things and blah blah blah. So where that idea of like she's normal but also
so I'm like, this is why Star Trek has the prime directive, because any technology sufficiently advanced enough is indistinguishable from magic.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, it's still really basic. It's mostly good. She wants good. A lot of it is like I will admit, I never finished reading it because it got by everyone.
Oh, they all do. Any series is always is a lot to have to get into and keep up with.
You know, fan fiction's a thing.
Oh, don't get me started on AO3. I will go into the depths of AO3 and then never come out.
Oh yes, because I think you came in after we did our second production from Ready.
Oh, definitely. Then do you want to go first?
No, you go first. You're the guest.
Okay, well, so I'm Bungle. I write mostly science fiction and fantasy, and am currently writing a story about sort of pseudo time travel with imagine Groundhog's Day, but mixed with the Umbrella Academy, and that every life this character leads, the world ends in apocalypse, so he basically has to relive the entire life over again, and will maybe potentially, possibly one day prevent the apocalypse after many, many failed attempts.
And I am Taurus, you're my channel and my Twitch channel. Is that, yeah, whatever. I write romantic, steamy romance under Dolores, but I also have a pen name that the first Bella will be coming out next week. That is erotic romance, and that one specifically is paranormal erotic romance. I'm currently writing an erotic romance that's near future science fantasy. So, yeah.
And I guess I'll trust you guys, because this is all a really good crowd here. Be like, don't attach this to me, but you can find my fanfics under Revutaro. If you care about Dragon Ball Z fanfics or anything like that. That's going to be out there forever now. Uh-oh.
Yep. Online, and I say what it's Ooh, Blue Moon Glows Colors.
Oh.
Captured my interest already. I have very super interest. Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Is there a cat missing? Oh no! So this is a pushing, like hooded blanket. that I just put over my chair because it's mesh and it like hurt my thighs. It's really bad. Like it rubbed it in my skin weird and I already have a skin problem. So I wasn't really using it and I was like, oh, it will stay on the chair because I can put it on the headrest. So yeah. I've had this for a while. You're like the first person, Hazelnut, to ever notice it and say something. But also, I also had two issues here, but because we did all our own stuff in the apartment, I never put them back over on my chair back there. See my story. I say stories because I'm writing stories. I'm writing a fantasy romance screen detective series, female protagonist.
Oh, cool. A fantasy romance with mystery detective aspects. We've got like a fantasy Agatha Christie.
Yes, yeah. Like, oh, the blinds are moving. It's probably the fan. Yeah. Unless, the apartment can be haunted. You gotta smart just pass. I can't push the birdie. Figuratively birdie, because I would have electric candles.
So what happens when you play too much Phasmophobia?
I don't even know if I want to ever play that game with you.
It's still one of the best. It's like, hey, go open that door over there. Okay.
No, you scared me with the teddy bear too.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. I can't help it. When I know something's gonna jump out and scream at somebody, that's the first thing I do is you need to go over there and poke it.
But I love that Kage was in the house still, and I'm supposed to be watching the camera, and I scream because you scare me, and he's like, "What's wrong? What's wrong?"
Yeah. Like, I wonder.
If you want to see that, it is on. Is it on this channel? Yes, it's on this channel, I believe. It was like really early VOD. Or on the shorts on the Snippet channel, I made a short thing. I don't know if like JK, but awesome. Sort of kind of semi-first-time writer. Okay, on my first ever novel. Ooh, hi guys. I finished the outline the other day, and I 35 chapters.
Whopping.
Okay, and how the separate people is down to the world. I think that's good.
Yeah, but I'm gonna throw this out. Get ready for it to grow. You think that just because you have an outline that it's going to be that number of chapters, really, really quick, it just ends up going, all right, now this new thing happened that's going to get its own chapter, which is going to lead to another chapter. And it's like at some point you need to be like, all right, this might just end up being like 3 books of 15 chapters, maybe.
The best thing I can say as a first-time writer trying to write a novel is just write your first novel. Just write it, put it out there, even if it's as explicit as the book says, or if you stick mostly to your outline and then you're upset at it because you were too restrictive with yourself, just write the first one. If you're lucky and you really love your first one will be the one you put more effort in and you'll query or publish if you're going to self-publish it. But the majority of the time, people don't publish their first work. So just do it so you know that you've done it. And you can build up confidence and work on the next one.
Or just publish it online, even if it's something you're like, all right, I don't really want to send this out to somebody else, but I'd still like feedback on it.
They have
Lots of places.
Confidence. I wouldn't do that. But you can also do that, yeah.
but yeah, absolutely. Like outline is a great way to get started. Like I do tons of outlines, but absolutely I mirror what Dolores said, and that's like, don't let the outline keep you too conformed, because I've been in the place very many times where I end up writing something and want to explore a different way that kind of breaks the boundary of the outline. And sometimes, yeah, having an outline can make you feel trapped more than it helps. Not that it will, because like I said, outline's a very good tool. Just keep in mind that it doesn't have to be the be all end all.
Yeah. And also you might have to go through like 20 different outlines. And when I say that, in the sense of different types. And you might have to compilate your own type, taking from this outline method, and this one, and then smush it together to make your own outline method. And then sometimes you can have something and totally the inspiration in your outline won't work. Like currently, the story I'm writing right now is breaking like most of my rules that I have set. I usually have to work by hand, and I physically have to figure a lot of things out before I even start writing. But I literally open Google Doc and have a Google Doc writing dump page, and that's where all my stuff is going, and I'm just writing. So, sometimes also you have to just go with things. Oh yeah, or viewers. VR, I don't know how people look at VR. It'd be so scary.
Oh. Yeah, Hazelnut, we need to get you a computer so bad so that you can at least play like some Minecraft with us and stuff, because that would be so much fun. But yeah, trying to play Phasmophobia in VR just sounds terrifying.
100% planner. Okay, I've never been a cancer, and that's fine. Just and always remember to give yourself space. And maybe I can try to outline. Yeah, no, and again, we're not saying not to outline. It's just that sometimes as you're writing, you need to give yourself room for growth and expression. And for what you said earlier, you tried to write something and it was a mess, and then you put something away on the shelf, and now you're writing this. So you might need to just write something and get it out of your system, even if it's not anywhere close to being published, or you'd never want somebody to look at it. When you weren't here earlier, but earlier we were talking about a story I had written, which there are blogs about 12 Project Elf, the fantasy love story that I wrote and I completed, but at this point it's still not published, and I don't know if it will be published. But the completing of something so massive like that, it was like the biggest thing I've ever written, made me feel like, okay, I can do this, I can keep writing. So sometimes you need to just have that accomplishment knocked out and be like, oh, I did it once, I can do it again.
Yeah, has a big thing on the confidence.
I talk about lighting and just coming up with basics. That's very similar to how I normally do things, except for apparently this story. Also, actually, Hunger's Desire was also a big mess of planning and not planning. And I don't know. Maybe my erotica is just not ever meant to plan at all. I don't necessarily go right out to play, but it like just be terrified. Like I'm already nervous playing the dang game with my friends.
Yeah, but when you're in VR and you can actually like walk around the room and like twist yourself into some weird amalgamation of like a wait.
Outlast is? You and your standing desk.
I like my standing desk.
No, they're not stuck. They're just being silly. You know what Outlast is?
Oh my gosh, I have, yes, I actually just got, I've had it for a little while. Blunder and I played Outlast 2 on a stream. Okay, so this is the thing. We started playing Outlast 2 on a stream last week. We played it for about 10 minutes and Blunder literally hit like the emergency end stream button because he was like, no, we cannot have this on stream. This is too much blood, too much. No, stop it, stop it.
Oh.
Outlast is a fun game where you play as a bunny rabbit in a garden. Yeah. Like I said. Yeah. It's a bit of a scary game. So but it would be it might not be the best game to play on stream, but I would love to play it with you, and I can edit it and go back and blur out all of the things that are too gruesome for our little chillins who watch to witness.
I mean, yeah, I'm okay with some more. That phobia is what usually gets me to like scared. Let's see. That's what happens when you write 5K day. Okay, my brain.
5K a day.
There are people who have 10K in one day. That's a challenge. Do you know that?
I don't know how anybody could do that. That just sounds awful.
Look it up on YouTube. 10K, write 10K in a day, and you will find plenty of videos.
Like, I just feel like I would get nothing else done all day besides that.
What happened? Yeah.
I was like, I still have to do some work in order to survive.
Obsessed.
Oh dear.
My short stories are all going to start out 5K, and then they'll say 5K is another day. I mean, this project last week, what I'm writing right now, is supposed to be a short read, and I can already tell you that may not happen.
I kind of like that when you have like a story starts out, you're like, this is going to be just like a super short story. And all of a sudden you're like, really build up this world and have these characters. And you're like, you know what? This could go on for a while. Like, what if like the whole story that I had in mind is just the beginning?
Could do Outlast files. That looks good.
Oh, co-op Outlast.
No, but see, here's the problem with playing Bumble, is that Bumble gets distracted and then abandons you unintentionally, and then you're just by yourself. This is what happens.
Have you ever seen me play 7 Days to Die? When did I ever once get distracted?
It's okay. Coffee does the exact same thing. The two of you, I love playing with you, but then you guys just leave me, and I'm the one that's usually the newbie in whatever new game you guys want me to play, or even just in Minecraft, and you just abandon me. Even Des learned that with Kage. I was like, he's abandoned, be careful. And she's like, ah, and yeah. Unintentional abandonment.
I was looking at when it counts, I throw myself in front of the monster to save my friends. You can ask Fuzz about that. Like when we were playing Devour, there was this. Okay, so this is just a heartening story because Fuzz was helping me edit some videos for a while, and we had all played Devour on a stream one time, and then Fuzz was the one helping me edit it, and they actually didn't realize it at the time, but there was one part that we were down to just like one of the last goats in Devour that had to be burned. And if you haven't played Devour, I'm sorry, this sounds so weird, but we were like down to the last goat, and Fuzz had that goat and was like running to go get this goat taken care of, but the demon lady was like running after him, and I was just like, ugh! And then so while editing, suddenly Fuzz looked at me and was like, you just like threw yourself in front of her to save me. And I was like, well, you had the goat.
We say that you're a perfect partner for that reason.
I believe in chaos. That's like all the time. So the actual YouTube channel that I have games listed on is at Gaming Winos, where Blunder and I play a lot of games. And the one thing that I know, just like Dolores has said, that Blunder gets really upset at me about, is that we'll start a game, and the first thing I do is there's like, you start the game, you're placed in the forest, there's a path in front of you, and I immediately go, I'm not following that path, and I turn around and walk in the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm. Do I remember my stupid? Then you can find it from there. But oh no, actually when first started. Oh, okay. Oh no, I would get upset too. That would be a nightmare if you just
oh no. Yeah, that would definitely cause me stress.
Okay, Lab, it's announcer voice.
Okay, hold on. Let me read this. And because in a circus announcer voice. Step right up. Place your wager. Will she catch up to where she should be? Place your wagers now.
There we go. You asked for it. They will give it to you. Hello, Real Salty. Yeah, we're kind of taking a very extended break.
It has been a bit of an extended.
But yes,
it's been fun.
They're doing sprints, I promise. We'll back to it.
Fantasy. Love fantasies here.
Yes, a lot of fantasy, sci-fi mixes here. Ooh, yes.
Wonderful thing about tickets. Our tickets are wonderful things. The bouncy, fun.
Silly. If you're gonna give silly, Bunko will do it. I promise you. Literally, they used to be the announcer for my dad's conference, and the whole event was just them and talking to each other. Oh, here's your compliment. You
I was like, if I wasn't worried that Blunder might actually wake up and come over and be like, shut up, I would actually have done that louder.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. It is Monday, so I'm taking a 6-minute break to make go make some ramen, eat. Oh, that reminds me, did my sensor turn back on? It did, okay. Brand turned off. Oh, but I'm finally tired. I'm struggling with my sugar today. It's like not tasty. All right. Well, as we have had our extended laugh break.
It's just a short break. It's just a short break, really. It's fine. I mean, I've only been out of margarita for almost that time.
I'm just having caffeine. I'm normal.
You're having caffeine? It's almost 11 at night. Why are you?
Soda. And I don't drink soda all that much anymore, so it's like, caffeine.
God, no wonder you're like on the insomnia boat.
That was just normal. It has nothing to do.
Sure. Yeah, sure. We believe you now. This is my I believe you face.
Everyone who comes to my things knows that I'm drinking some kind of soda and I'm not eating something drinking. Oh, you're on the East Coast then. 9:45 till 10. Oh yeah, because we're not on the same time zone anymore.
Nope. We are no longer part of the coast. The coast changed times, but we do not. We're the lazy ones. And like somebody said that to me the other day. Like, what do you mean you don't change times? And I was like, yeah, it seems dumb. And they're like, well, that's lazy. I think it's smart, but
which brings me, I should probably bail on the next sprint. LOL, I'm gonna be up. Yeah.
Labyrinth, it sounds like you've done a good amount. We are already so proud of you for what you have accomplished today. If I could get even a percentage of that, I would be very happy.
Yes, agreed. Where am I at?
Ooh. Here comes the witching hour.
No, the people who do change times are just me. Yeah, right.
Time doesn't change. People change.
It's been a struggle, but you got it. So don't worry about it. You got it. Yes, take it. Take it. It's a
Do
win. It. That's all that matters. Are you breaking your mic, Stan?
So I was just sort of pushing it out of the way and it popped. I was like, oops. So I'm just going to leave this up here for now. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I agree. Just to make us all buy more clocks.
Oh my gosh, thing! I love it. So, what is the witching hour called for us, which is the mundane now? Oh, I love it. But it has been wonderful in the short time I've been here. Yes, for seeing everyone. Okay, well, let's actually do for real peace.
All right, here we go.
We have another cute word. Cute timer words. Okay.
You find all the cute ones.
I started with coffee and now we're doing cute ones. 1,
Oh.
I was getting into the argument, and then I looked over and I saw the.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
But how did everybody do? If you want to share.
Yeah. How'd you do?
Like I said, I was just starting the argument. We're moving from we have eating the lip monthly, like, oh, what is happening, to bringing up the conversation that originally was the reason why they were one of the reasons why they were kind of angry. And now that they're going to talk about it, their anger is like coming back. So they're
when communication leads to more drama. Oh, I love it.
Yes. Where Lucien is like trying to be like, wait, no, you don't understand. And he's like, no, I know exactly. You are not making sense.
You don't get to tell me that.
Yeah. And how did you do? Besides getting a different glass of wine, I'm assuming?
Actually, peanut butter whiskey. Very tasty.
Yeah, it does look like a glass. I feel like this is
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have my main character, who is currently a young teenager, is just like dealing with his family unit just collapsing. It's his dad is just like falling apart after all the things that just happened, that, you know, they just, both of them. I was like, that's what I really was trying to kind of emphasize in this last bit, was that, because from my main character's perspective, it's like he's dealing with the loss of his mother now, but it's like his father is also dealing with it like just as hard, if not actually like weirdly enough, his father might actually be less mature than he is, because especially now that he's got a little slight edge of perspective. And so that means that like he's watching things happen from the perspective of his dad not knowing how to deal with it. And I'm like, it's rough.
Yeah, that's interesting. You could also, like, if the parents were like together, so it's like high school or something like that, the like aspect of this person that's been in my life for my whole life, or for the majority of my life, is now suddenly gone, and I don't know how to deal with them not being in my life.
Yeah. I mean, that's so like one of the big things that I did that right from the beginning of this chapter, because I'm literally only at like the second life, was that the entire first life that this character had, he spent the entire time with his mother. His mother was like his caretaker, his cheerleader, his support, and he made a sort of it wasn't even a conscious decision, but a major change early on in life that completely changed, you know, where his life was going, and then made his father his primary parent in the second life versus his mother, and all this other stuff happened. It's just, so it's like, it's interesting that it's like mirrored, because he still has not had like a whole family unit, or like, you know, what's the word for that? Because, you know, you always think of there's like like a nuclear family kind of, that's it, where it's like he's like lived two lives, but it's not had a nuclear family experience. like he just sort of like swapped over from one side to the other.
Ooh, I would love to be like, if I was reading this, seeing that, knowing that that might be what the main character wants, I'd be like, but do you actually want it? Like, get it is actually not as good as you were expecting. That would be my thought process while I'm reading.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's gonna still be a lot of, and that's what I'm like. I'm spending so much time in just these first, because I do feel like the first couple of chapters have a lot of detail because I feel like they're the groundwork for the lives that come later, because everything that comes after them is sort of a reference to the differences from the original lives rather than being a complete rewrites over again.
Yeah, you can gloss over more things as you're filtering through. So it that makes sense. Or not world's lives.
So yeah, there's just a lot going on.
Well, Hazelnut got 565 words.
Oh my gosh. Awesome.
And I have 300 plus words left to make a daily goal. Ooh, yay!
Very nice. Very, very nice.
I am excited for all this like conversation and like I don't even want to call it angst, but like just I guess drama. You keep saying the word drama to like filter through so that I can start like romancy dating stuff.
Yeah,
I enjoy writing, of course, and I love writing all of that, but I kind of want these two characters to be cute, but I need to get through this so that we can have cute and intercourse.
Yeah, there's high stakes and everything going on all these stories this year, isn't there?
Yes. If there wasn't high stakes, it wouldn't be a story, because even Loki is still high stakes.
Well, I guess that's a matter of perspective. I take that back, because even things that aren't like high stakes on like a global scale might be high stakes on a personal scale, and something that's high stakes on a global scale might not be high stakes on a cosmic scale.
Right? Intrigue. I like that.
Intrigue.
Because drama just makes it seem like it's like petty, or like anytime I feel like drama's brought up, I feel like it's very like immature. But like intrigue. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see that.
Not that. Well, actually, I'm not. But yeah, that's definitely what I'm curious about.
I finally got tired of bouncing around.
No more bouncing.
Yep, no more Tigger.
All right. Do we want to do another 20 minutes, Brian? Or do we want to try for 25?
Ooh, your call. I think I could go either way.
Okay, then choose A or B.
I gotta go B.
Okay, 25 minutes then. Let me bring it up.
So you're gonna have to give me other letters than that. There's no way that A will ever be E for me.
I didn't think about that. Even though you already mentioned it before. My brain is not correct. Well, let's go back to our coffee. that earlier.
Ooh.
25 minutes.
All right. I'm going to try and beat Hazelnut this time.
All right.
You hear that? Challenge has been thrown.
All right. 1, 2, 3, and go. Done.
Oh. Okay, that's a thing.
How did everybody do? I'm getting to a tough topic. I'm gonna have to put possible content for hard stuff. And not what you think.
I'm just trying to actually find, let's see, where was it that I started so I can get like a word count.
That's always hard. That's why I don't keep track. It's hard. I can tell you where my word count is in total right now.
Yeah. I'm just trying to highlight where I actually started that sprint from so that I can get the word count just from that.
See if you beat Hazelnut.
I mean, we'll see. It's like I gave myself a little miniature competition here that I'm
Yes, you did.
probably losing badly, but figured it was worth a shot.
Friendly competition is always good.
Oh my gosh.
687.
Okay, so here we go. 590.
Ooh, so close. Close.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Beat
Both of you. Lots of work.
beat me by 97 words, basically 100 words.
I mean, that's still a lot. I say that as someone who is not keeping track of their per section per count.
I don't want to guarantee that this isn't something that I'm going to just completely, not erase tomorrow and do over because I tend to do that a lot. I do that a lot. I go, no, wait. Oh, that's not worded right. And then just edit everything back out and do it better.
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
Like, that's just how I do things, is look at it, think, what is it missing, and then rewrite it to include that.
I mean, yeah, if you're doing regular, but if you're trying to get to your 50, lots of people are like, just keep writing. Then you can really think their goal is to just get 50. So just kind of depends on how you're running it.
And there's been a couple times that I've been like this close to just going, like, I've been staring at, like, when I'm not writing anything, like, why haven't I written anything? Do I know where this is going next? Or is this the point where I need to just be like, and then ninjas attacked?
Then you just attack.
So I feel like that's what. Oh, a secret. I'm tempted. What do you think?
Sure.
If there is a good secret out there, I would like to know.
I almost got less than you until I looked at my outline and realized Felix has to tell Caleb his backstory. Last minute happens.
And then, boom, backstory time.
Well, right now, total, I have 17, almost 18K.
Wow.
which is still puts me behind.
I mean, it is, but that's still really good.
Mhm.
I was like, that is still averaging more than 1,000 a day, which is awesome.
Oh yes, I remember Hazelnut talking about this in a different stream. Listening to electro swing.
I love electro swing. I was like, I totally made a character have like a dance battle to electro swing in a story once. And that was actually something that was pretty hard to write. I had never written like a full on dance off in text before that.
I have on Pretzel Rocks, they have the electric swing station, and that's how I found electric swing before. Hazelnut had mentioned it, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. But Pretzel Rocks doesn't play nice with StreamYard. That's where we have the music we have instead.
There's a while that I wanted to actually like learn how to swing dance. I thought that would actually be like something really fun to go to. There's just not a lot of places that do that.
No, there's not a lot of places you can just go dance to and jump that are old-timey.
Well, at least around here, like we have like, you know, places where you can go square dancing all over the place. But yeah, a few of them. We don't have any swing dance places, but we have at least 3 square dance places. I'm like, something seems wrong with that.
I mean, it is the West. So. Yeah, I kind of not fully know how to swing dance, but I like roughly know some things. But nothing extreme.
I don't think, I mean, I guess never mind. I was about to say, I don't think a swing dance is too extreme, but I've seen some like moves where people are literally like basically twirling, like lifting people up into the air and like sliding under, like between their legs.
Yeah. And electro swing, from what I've seen people dancing, is like extra intense. Like you go faster, you move more. The moves are much more quicker paced. You have to have like, excellent timing with your partner. You have to know your partner, is what I feel like.
You have to be ready for the move that they're about to pull off.
Versus like regular swing. I mean, it depending on when during the era that you're listening to, can still be fast. But.
I know, like swing has like that, like goes off into a couple of different eras where it can be both cool, but can also be kind of frightening. Like every now and then I like try pulling up just like a cool, like old timey, like almost swing song. But then I end up finding that it's like a record that has been like done up in the style of Cthulhu mythos.
Oh
so
my God.
There's just like, it's kind of like the pitch kind of goes up and down a little bit in a really eerie way, and you can hear like lightning in the background, and you're like,
What the hell? I wasn't expecting you to say that.
Oh my gosh, yeah, because like a lot of like the really deep Cthulhu stuff is all like, you know, 1940s records.
Wow. That's what I have to say about that. I don't know.
Like I know a whole bunch of weird little horror things because of all of the the horror areas I hang around.
Yeah, it's your guys'
our strange little niche.
Yeah, there we go. Niche. That's the better word. I was like struggling to think of an adjective. All right, we'll do 20 minutes. We'll start writing it down to 20 and then 15.
Okay. This is gonna do it. This
on his way home too.
sounds good.
Oh, thing's gonna go on my way home from work. All right, you have a safe travel. Be careful.
Yep, definitely be safe out there.
Let's pick a song. All right, 20 minutes.
On the clock.
Last like good round to get work done. All right. Before we wind down words. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh.
almost done with this chapter.
There we go. Yeah, I feel like I need to sleep on this now and figure out what actually needs to come next.
I mean, that happens, especially when you don't have like.
Yeah, you know how I had said before that I had like deleted a whole big like 2 pages of the story that I had written and like did something totally different? Well, now I'm like trying to like reincorporate some of that back into it, but in a different way. And it feels a little awkward because it feels like I'm like stitching, like I'm making a Frankenstein thing where like 2 different pieces of flesh are being stitched together and it doesn't look right.
Okay. Well, you're not trying to like just raw incorporate it in, right? It's more of like you're just taking what you need from the original stuff.
Yeah, a little bit. The big issue that I'm running into is that it's like years later than the first time I wrote it. So I'm like, the flow doesn't quite work right. That I'm like, now that the characters are a little bit older, I feel like it should progress a little bit differently. I'm just having a harder time figuring out like what is the dialogue that is going to lead to like the same result.
Okay. And do you need to get to that result?
I feel like it's important. Like it's kind of like it's the thing that is actually going to set the story to actually start climbing out of, or at least for this chapter to start climbing out of its depression, because everything has just been going like kicking this character down over and over and over. And this is the part that's going to start finally changing the trend in a slightly better way.
Okay. So I was gonna say, you might want to just like skip it or just take the inspiration and write something, not else, but something that's more, but that's more like inspired. But
yeah, I mean, I could just keep kicking the character over and over again. I'm fine with that too. He doesn't need to have anything happen to him.
But if it's important, then that might just be something that you unfortunately have to like struggle for until at least get it now, and then later when when you finish the book and you go back to edit it, you can address if it needs to be readjusted or not.
Yeah.
Ooh, 3 pages read of Seize the Fire by Adam Nicholson. It's a biography of one of the lords in 1805 battle between British and Franco-Spanish over one of the capes on the coast of Spain.
Oh, wow. That sounds cool.
Yeah, let all colonizers fight amongst themselves over there. Not over there. They can all fight over there. Well, we want to do 15-minute close sprint.
Closing time? Okay. I think I got that in me, and then that's it.
Oh, good question. Have you released stories? Well, I'm going to be publishing next week a Bella under a different pen name. That's a neurotic romance. So next week the answer will be yes. Right now, no. And you?
on. With me, the only thing I've never released anything outside of Fiction Press or AO3. But those are sometimes cool.
I should probably put a command for the pet name. I just realized.
Yeah, you definitely should promote your stuff that's going out there.
I posted an ad on, or not an ad, but I posted something on the Instagram today. So I've gotten to that nervous stage where I need to go finish setting up Amazon so that everything functions correctly, but I'm terrified.
Oh, you're gonna be fine.
But Kofi is set up.
I'm looking forward to seeing how all this goes. I think it's gonna be great.
Pizza has the original works on Wattpad.
Oh, you know what? I keep seeing a lot, I've read a lot of really cool things on Wattpad, but I've never used Wattpad.
I have not really read anything from Wattpad, but I've heard plenty of people talk about it.
That's something I should look a little more into and figure out more how it works.
How long did it take? Well, so I started writing the serial in July, and then I finished the first week of October with 15 chapters, I think, right?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, 15 chapters, which gave me 6 months of content because I'm going to post twice a month. So minus the first 3 chapters, which are free on Kindle-Vella. So I had to plan for the first 3 chapters that go up free, and then after that counted for the 6 months of content. Because I didn't want to write to constant deadline, which some Kindle-Vella authors do, where they only have a month or 2 ahead, and then they're pretty much writing to deadline consistently. I wanted to give myself some time because I wanted someone to read it, which Bumble ended up being my somebody to read all my stuff and help me make it readable for other people.
No, I was it's readable and we've talked about just one of the hardest things in that I say you took on quite a challenge in making it a story written in active tense. That's just something that very, very few people take on. And so I have so much respect for you for doing that. So it's just a matter of just making a couple little consistencies to be all right, if we're going to be active tense, let's just keep this in active tense as well.
Yes, that's hard.
But I'm it's good.
Again after the story is done. I like how the story flows, but I'm also just I'm never doing this again. This is too much.
I still say I just love that you're whenever Sebastian is talking is all I can really hear in my head is the voice actor that plays Alucard in Castlevania talking.
Yes, you said that. I mean, he's an old vampire. For our cute little succubus is maybe only a couple centuries-ish. Not sitting hard time. It's hard ages. Just roughly. They're both super old.
So old. Why is that? Be no, it's a thing. That's the great thing about supernatural entities. Be you can see the rise and fall of civilizations and still be in your erotic prime.
Yes. And I definitely did not want to play on the because I've done it before, but I didn't want to play on the trope of the like super old being with the like, younger human person, because I feel like it happens a lot. Even we were talking about it in reference to you. Like it's a very common trope actually, and lots of people like it. I like it too, but I wanted to do something different. And I was like, why don't they just both be super old?
Yeah, it totally does. And if anybody out there that reads it, I think it actually does a really good job of subverting the expectation by like making the characters totally not, like at least starting them off not having any idea about the other one. It just makes me laugh.
Yes, that's true. Oh, well, good night, Hazelnut. I hope you have good sleep, and maybe we'll see you next time.
Yup, good night, Hazelnut. Sleep well.
Alright, let's do our 15-minute.
Here we go.
15-minute last sprint. Maybe I'll finish this up. Alright. And 1, 2, 3, go.
Go.
Did you?
I kind of ended up having to go back and reread my whole chapter again to get a better feel for how the flow was going.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I have to remind myself of something like that. How about you?
I finished the chapter,
Oh,
and I wasn't 100% expecting to end it where I did.
oh, surprise.
Yes, but I ended it soft, romantic, sweet, and I feel like actually it was pretty. I thought that so like instead of first like romantic kiss, that like one where you can tell it's different. I thought it was maybe further down in the story.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows, maybe I'll think of it later because it's too early. But I'm like, actually, I feel like it makes sense.
Yeah, that's the best when you're like, all right, it's not where I thought it was going, but this makes more sense.
Especially as I'm like, this, and I was like, no, I knew that I wanted this kid to be in a woman's perspective, and like, I know certain things I want in certain perspectives, and that's not it.
Very cool.
All right, well, and that ends me at the 18th mark. So that's nice. But do an outro.
All right, let's see if we can muster that up with the little bit of energy that's left. So, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Today was so much fun. Loved talking with every one of you. If you guys would like to hang out with us again, please do so. You can catch my stuff mostly on Blunder and Bungle. That's YouTube at Blunder, the letter N, Bungle, or my video game stuff at Gaming Winos. And I would love to keep talking to you guys more.
Yeah, all Bungle stuff is linked down below. And this is my channel, I'm Forrest, and I do streams like this that I'm unintentionally doing more of. I usually do a sprint stream and I do one stream once a week, but it is NaNo and print season, and not overly excited. I'm excited about this story, so I'm just writing it. So perhaps there'll be another stream this week. We will see, and perhaps they'll join us. But
it would be fun.
Yes, that is it. And I tend to plan things last minute because my life is chaotic. If you don't watch any of the vlogs and things. And
whose life isn't?
So you're gonna have to subscribe, hit all the bells and buttons and whatever's. So to find out when I do post and schedule a stream, it's at least within the day. So yeah. so much for watching, and we will see you next time. Bye.
Take care, everybody.